Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lake Natoma and the Southwest Junior Regional Championship Regatta. If you could all please join us on the beach, we'll start the day with the national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, coaches and athletes, good morning and welcome to the 2017 U.S. Rowing Southwest District Youth Championships here at beautiful Lake Natoma. You're going to see the best junior crews in the Southwest region racing today with 4 states represented. Those states are Arizona, Nevada, California, and Utah. This event serves as a qualifier for the U.S. Rowing's Youth National Championships, which will be held later in June of this summer. Today's racing will feature heats, semifinals for some races, and grand finals. And our race announcing will let you know which crews are in a qualifying position to go on as they come down the lake. We have teams here from large and small programs, teams that have over 200 athletes, and teams that are just with only 10 athletes, and we welcome all of them. We'd also like to give a very special thank you to all the fine folks at the CSUS Aquatic Center who've done a tremendous amount of work to help host this event. Everything from motorboat setup to the race course lanes, all the volunteers, all that work that we never see done but makes a regatta so successful. Also a big thank you to the California State Park System for making Nimbus Flats available for the tents and the spectators, and the United States Bureau of Reclamation, who is controlling the water flow today out of the dam to the lowest level they can, given our high spring runoff, to make this regatta successful. Also a big thank you to all the U.S. Rowing referees who are serving many hours this weekend out in the sun and the wind to help make this a great regatta. We'll be announcing the events for you. Crew call will make the call on the from the top of Rattlesnake Hill so that you can hear how your crew is doing. Be ready for cheer for them as they come into the last 500, because we're going to let you know exactly where they are. And now we're going to turn over to Adrian on the water as we get ready for the first race of the day, the heats of the men's varsity 8s. Adrian, how's it looking out there on the water?
Well, Bob, thankfully it's very calm up here at the start, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem getting our boats aligned. A little bit of a breeze, but definitely nothing that these top boats won't be able to handle. So I think we're looking at another great day of racing. Let's just hope that it stays calm, and that's both with our rowers on the water and with the weather. Look forward to racing. We should start in about 10 minutes. First heat of the men's Varsity 8 on tap.
Thank you, Adrian. We'll turn it over to Tricia now at Base Radio, who will set the lanes and keep the audience informed of what events are coming next. And she'll make that call here in about 3 minutes. Again, folks, welcome. The racing begins soon here at the Southwest Regional Championships.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our first race is lining up in the starting blocks, the men's Varsity 8 heat number 1. top 2 of these boats will qualify to the final. In lane 1, we have Newport. Lane 2, Sarah. Lane 3, Pacific. Lane 4, Long Beach. And in lane 5, North Bay. Again, top 2 on to the final. Turn it over to Adrian on the water for the call.
And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a wonderful day of racing, championship racing here at Lake Natoma. Our first race of the day is Heat 1 of the men's Varsity 8. Top 2 boats will go to the final. We have 3 heats on tap. And right now our early leader, just at 250 meters in will be Lane 1 Newport. Lane 1 Newport with a very strong start and already with a full length over Lane 2, Sarah High School, and Pacific. So Sarah and Pacific dead even with each other, but it will be Newport with their bow first across the line at 500 meters. In that fourth place position, we move out to Lane 4, that would be Lane 5, North Bay, and in the fifth place position, Long Beach Junior Crew in Lane 4. And just shy of 750 meters, Newport already with open water over the rest of the field. The real battle here is going to be for that second qualifying position, and right now it's back and forth between Sarah and Pacific. Slight edge going to Sarah High School by 1 seat. Newport now stretching their lead out to 1 full length of open water over Sarah High School. Sarah now with 2 seats over Pacific. As we come up to 1,000 meters to go, North Bay continues in 4th, Long Beach Juniors in 5th.
And heat number 1 of the men's varsity 8s now past the halfway markers. Newport continuing with their open water lead here. With 2 boats going on to the grand final, Newport is in a very comfortable position. Newport definitely is one of the faster teams of the region. They and the Oakland Strokes met earlier this year with Newport coming out ahead, so we expect a big showdown later on today when Newport and Oakland potentially face each other, assuming they both make the grand final. Now this race is very close still between Sarah and Pacific. Sarah up by about 3 seats now, and just as I said that, Sarah making a move and pushing their rate. So Sarah now trying to make that a 4 to 5 seat advantage over Pacific, but Pacific still hanging tough, and by no means is that second place position easily called at this point. North Bay Rowing Club, they've got a great looking varsity 8 here. They're a young program, and they've been growing over the years. The fastest varsity 8 I've seen out of their program, and they are looking really good here as they come down in 4th place in the heat, but rowing quite well, and they're way ahead. Going to the grand final, Newport in a very comfortable position. Sarah High School and Pacific, that's the race to watch here, as only one of them will go on to the grand final. Sarah High School in the yellow Vespoli and Pacific in the white Pocock shell as they come by the spectator area. North Bay across the lanes on the outside lane, and then the trailing position, Long Beach Junior Crew. Very close still between Sarah and Pacific. Newport easily in a qualifying position, and now Pacific edging up a little bit ahead of Sarah. It's too close to call. We'll let the finish line do that here as they come to the line. Sarah and Pacific bow ball to bow ball, seeking a qualifying position for the grand final. North Bay in 4th.
Up next, we have the second heat of the men's varsity 8, heat number 2. Top 2 go on to the grand final. Lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Capital Crew. Lane 3, St. Ignatius High School. Lane 4, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 5, Upper Natoma.
Vineyard here, I'm using, I think, I heard I...
Varsity 8 currently underway and approaching 200 in lane 1. Upper Natoma. Now in the very early strokes there is still quite a bit of overlap between boats. No one that's really pushed out to a huge lead yet, and we are just shy of 500 meters to go, but I will give the early advantage to Oakland Strokes in lane 1. So Oakland now sitting with 2 seats over lane 2, Capital. Capital with about a 7-seat lead over St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius in third. The 4th place crew, we're going to move out to lane 5. That will be Upper Natoma. They are sitting with 3 seats over Marina Aquatic Center in lane 4. But right now, top 2 boats as we approach 500 meters will be Oakland Strokes, followed by Capital. They take their inching their bow a little bit farther away from Capital's boat, so they're in a fairly comfortable position there as they can look down at the rest of the field and watch their lead continue to grow. So 750 meters in, Oakland with the lead, now sitting with their stern deck on the bow deck of the Capital boat. Capital also with 1 length over St. Ignatius. So good job to these crews early on, making a statement and getting themselves into a qualifying position for the grand finals later this afternoon. 750 meters. St. Ignatius now with about 1 seat of open water over Upper Natoma. Natoma now with almost 1 boat length over Marina Aquatic Center. All boats approaching 1,000 meters.
and heat number 2 of the men's varsity 8s. Now past the halfway markers. As you heard, the leader continues to be Oakland, followed by Capital Crew. Capital this year here training at Lake Natoma was held off the water for a long time because the lake essentially had become a river during the early winter storm. So they missed a lot of water time, and when they finally got back on the water, their speed picked up very quickly and tremendously, and you're seeing that now as Capital is in the second qualifying position by open water over St. Ignatius. So these Capital boys, they are happy to be rowing after being on the ergs for so long this past winter. Upper Natoma and the trailing team from Marina Aquatic Center, they are seeing that race tighten up. Upper Natoma had the lead, but they are now dead even with Marina. Neither boat in a qualifying position, unfortunately, but they are having a good race here as they hit 1,500. Again, Capital in the lead, 2 boats to the grand final. We'll make the next call at 3:50 to go. And here we are approaching 350 meters to go. That's right where the spectator tents begin. And Oakland along the shore has a comfortable 2 boat length open water advantage over Capital. Capital in that second crucial qualifying position. Capital holding off St. Ignatius by about a boat length of open water. St. Ignatius in third. Upper Natoma working out ahead of Marina again. So Upper Natoma in fourth. Great to see a varsity 8 from their program. They are one of the smaller programs in the league, but here they are beating a much bigger established program from Marina in the heat. As we turn to the finish line and hand it over to Tricia, the 2 boats unofficially looking to move on to the grand final for the men's varsity 8s will be the Oakland Strokes, the defending national champions, by the way, and Capital Crew.
And coaches, athletes, parents, and spectators, for the latest results, schedule, and up-to-date information, please check out herenow.com. herenow.com. Lining up at the start line is our third men's varsity heat. Men's varsity 8. Top 2 to the grand final. In lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, NorCal. Lane 3, River City. Lane 4, Los Gatos. Lane 5, Casitas. And lane 6, Brophy.
And we have had a clean start in Heat 3 of the men's varsity 8. 6 boats on the water in this heat, again top 2 to qualify. And just at 250 meters in, top 2 boats right now will be Marin and NorCal. Already going about a 7-mile heat lead over the rest of the field. In third, in lane 3, it will be River. Brophy, I believe this is entry in the men's varsity 8. Boats come out with one of the big boats, and here they are doing a great job sitting in that 4th place position. They have 2 seats over Lake Casitas, over Casitas Rowing in lane 5. Top 2 boats right now battling across the water. There's a boat here between Marin and NorCal. Maybe by 1 seat over NorCal, but then it is open water back to our 3rd place crew from River City. .750 meters, and it is Marin now by 4 seats over NorCal. Back to NorCal by about a half a length of open water. It continues to be River City, so they're kind of all by themselves out there in the middle of the course. They've got open water on either side of them. Now in the 4th place position, good battle heating up between Brophy and Los Gatos. So Brophy still holding on to that 4th place position by advancing Los Gatos. Now back to Los Gatos by 1 will be Casitas. So Casitas holding into that 6th position, doing a great job here in this varsity 8 competition, just not quite able to match the speed of the top programs. And Marin it is Marin followed by NorCal with River City chasing.
Thank you, Adrian, for that early call here for the 3rd and final heat for the men's varsity 8s. It's still Marin and NorCal in the top 2 positions, followed by 3rd place River City. Good racing here going on between Brophy and Los Gatos. Now, Brophy is one of the newer programs here in the Southwest region, and I believe this is the first time I've seen a varsity 8 from them, so that is a great sign, and they're rowing quite well here. Brophy always puts out fast men's quads, and here they are starting to get into the men's varsity 8, so that's just great to see. Now, NorCal is doing a great job chasing Marin here, pushing them down the course. Not that far behind Marin, actually, and Julie and Nathan at NorCal, the coaches of that program, they've done a super job. They have brought home numerous gold medals from the Youth National Championships, and right here they're trying to get their men's varsity 8 back there as well this year. Right now they are in a comfortable position to qualify off River City by a good amount of open water. These boats are now hitting 1,500 meters. It will be Marin, NorCal, River City, and then a dead-even race between Brophy and Los Gatos, with Lake Casitas in the trailing position here for Heat 3 of the men's varsity 8s. So as the Heat 3 of the men's varsity 8s come into the last 350 meters, you can see that NorCal is really pushing Marin here. NorCal down only about half a boat length open water. River City starting to push hard now too, trying to catch that NorCal boat. As you remember, only 2 go to the grand final, and NorCal's got that second place position over third place River City. Los Gatos now overtaking Brophy on the outside with 200 meters to go, and Lake Casitas in 6th as they come into the spectator area. This will conclude the heats for the men's varsity 8s. As they come to the line, unofficially looking to move on, Marin, NorCal with River City chasing, followed by Los Gatos, Brophy, and Lake Casitas.
And Heat 1 of the women's varsity 8s currently underway and just past 250 meters. In Lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, Pacific. Lane 3, San Diego. Lane 4, River City. And Lane 5, North. Length and almost a little bit of open water. So Pacific sitting in that second place position. They have 7 seats over Lane 3, San Diego. San Diego sitting with 1 full length over River City. And then River City with about 1 seat of open water over NorCal. So NorCal in 5th. And at 750 meters, it is Marin all by themselves out there in that first place spot. They have 1 length of open water over Pacific. Pacific doing a fine job there in that second place and hopefully qualifying position. They are being pushed just a little bit by San Diego, but San Diego again with a good amount of length between themselves and River City. So back to River City by about a length of open water. NorCal continues in that 5th place spot, but it's looking good for Marin along the shoreline. Lots of open water for them, and they're rowing very aggressively as they come up to 1,000 meters to go. So even though they are in a comfortable position, they are going through those race moves just like this is a grand final. At least that's what it looks like to me. They're a fine-looking crew, and they're not, that coxswain just turned and looked over her starboard side shoulder back at that Pacific boat, so you know that she's asking her crew for just a little bit more distance between themselves and Pacific. Pacific looking for a little bit of open water over San Diego. San Diego in 3rd as we cross 1,000 meters to go. River City right behind them, and then back by open water, NorCal in 5th. Top 2 to advance to the grand finals.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's the women's turn now for the Varsity 8s, and as you heard Adrian make that first call for the first 1,000 meters, Marin in lane 1 out in the front, and they continue to push away from the field. Pacific continuing in that second qualifying position. There's only 2 per heat, so Pacific has that second place position now by a full boat length over 3rd place San Diego. All these crews now past 1250, approaching 1500. We'll make that next call just after the 1,500 meter line. But again, Marin and Pacific in the lead for the top 2 positions. And with all boats now past 1,500 meters, Pacific continues to hold off San Diego in 3rd. That's the race to watch here as San Diego's down about half a boat length of open water now. They've pushed up a little bit closer to Pacific, but Pacific's still holding them off. Marin will be along the shore closest to the tents. They are comfortably in a position to move on to the grand final. Pacific in 2nd, San Diego 3rd. River City and NorCal filling out the last 2 trailing positions here. Neither program, unfortunately, in a qualifying position as they all chase the 2 leaders from Marin and Pacific. We'll turn it over to the finish line now as Heat 1 of the women's Varsity 8s concludes, and we'll turn down the course to look for Heat number 2.
And here we are picking up Heat 2 of the women's Varsity 8, currently underway and approaching 500 meters in. In Lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 2, Capitol. Lane 3, Long Beach Junior Crew. Lane 4, Los Gatos. And Lane 5, Casitas. And again, that is how you will find the crews. It will be Marina with their bow first across the line at 500 meters in. They already have a full boat length over Capitol crew. Capitol. And picking this up again just past 500 meters, Marina continuing with the full boat length lead over Capitol. Capitol with about a half a boat length of open water over Long Beach. Back to Long Beach by 1 length of open water, it will be Los Gatos. And then back to Los Gatos by 1 length of open water, Casitas. So Marina doing a fine job here in that qualifying position, seeing a little bit of overlap and a big push here from Capitol. So Capitol inching back just a little bit into Marina's lead. 750 meters gone. Top 2 boats, Marina and Capitol. Long Beach continuing in 3rd. Los Gatos in 4th. Casitas in 5th. All boats now approaching 1,000 meters. And we're seeing a little bit of breeziness out here on the course, just at around 1,000 meters, about 900 to 1,000 meters. That wind starts to kick up a little bit. Nothing substantial, but just a bit of a change from the nice calm water that we see up at the start. But Marina and Capitol really pushing each other here in this half of the race. Long Beach continuing in 3rd, Los Gatos in 4th, and Casitas in 5th.
Well, thank you, Adrian, for that call here for the first half of Heat 2 of the women's Varsity 8s here at the Southwest Youth Championships. Now, something very interesting going on here. Capitol crew in lane 2, they're rowing at 35 strokes per minute. Marina in lane 1, the leading boat, is at 36. And Capitol now has their bow just inside the Marina boat. They are pushing them all the way down the course. Capitol, not content with the second place position, it appears. It's looking like they want to take on Marina and get first place in this heat. Even though both boats are in a qualifying position, Capitol out to prove something here, apparently, as they come down the course, just charging hard against Marina. Third place Long Beach continues to trail by an increasing amount of open water, as does Los Gatos and Lake Casitas. All these crews rowing in good form here with the wind, just not in of our leaders, which continue to be Marina and Capitol, and now Capitol putting their bow ball at the 7 seat of Marina. So 2 boats to the grand final. Marina along the shore at the higher stroke rate. Capitol in lane 2 understroking Marina by a little bit, with Long Beach, Los Gatos, and Casitas trailing here in Heat 2 of the women's Varsity 8s. Here they come, folks, into the spectator area. Racing like it's a grand final. It's Capitol and Marina just trying to make it to the grand final, but Capitol now has their bow ball at the 6th seat of the Marina boat. Unofficially looking to go on to the grand final, Marina and Capitol with Long Beach, Los Gatos, and Conceitas trailing, we turn our attention now down the course to the next heat as Marina and Capital finish.
Up next, we have heat number 3 of the women's varsity 8. Top 2 to the grand final. Lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Newport. Lane 3, St. Ignatius. Lane 4, Berkeley High School. And Lane 5, USRowing Club. Turn it over to Adrian on the water for the call.
And Heat 2, the women's varsity 8, this would be Heat 3 of the women's varsity 8, currently underway and approaching 500 meters in. A little bit tighter race here for these top boats as we come out of the gate. Again, 5 boats on the water. Slight advantage early on will go to Oakland Strokes, maybe by about 3 or 4 seats. And second place is going to go to Newport. Newport being pushed very hard here by St. Ignatius in the early goings. Now, those are your top 3 boats. Back to St. Ignatius already by open water. It will be Berkeley High School, so Berkeley in 4th, and then back to them by 1 length of open water. It will be USRowing Club from San Diego. So all boats approaching 500 meters. Really tight racing right now between Oakland, Newport, and St. Ignatius. So again, only 2 boats moving on to the grand finals, and right now I'm looking at 3 bow balls almost straight across for those top 3 boats. So we'll let it shake out a little bit more and come back with the race call at 750 meters. 2 to 3 seats over Newport, and Newport just barely holding off St. Ignatius. So still pretty tight racing at 750 meters, but Oakland and Newport pushing themselves out to be those top 2 boats. Berkeley High School now crossing in the 4th place position, and then back to them by about 2 lengths of open water. Zlack continues in 5th. But again, good push here by St. Ignatius. They are not letting go of anything as we approach 1,000 meters in. They are still in a position to take back a little bit of water away from Newport and Oakland. So we'll keep our eye on these top 3 crews as we progress down the course. The third 500 is always the great limiting factor for any crew, as it really is a testament to their fitness, to their base fitness that they put in all the way through the winter. And we're going to see that here in the heats right now. Oakland, again, holding on to the lead, but good push by Newport and St. Ignatius right behind them. 1,000 meters, heat 3 of the women's varsity 8.
Folks, hi from the top of Rattlesnake Hill. This third and final heat for the women's varsity 8s, now approaching 1,500 meters. And the race has become extremely close between Newport and Oakland. Even though both boats are in a qualifying position, Newport racing at 37.5 with Oakland at 35, and Newport in a position to overtake Oakland, even though it's just a heat and they just got to qualify. So Newport, just as you saw in the Heat 2 with Capital when they were pushing down the course, this time it's Newport pushing the leader as they hit 1,500 meters. Now, unfortunately, St. Ignatius, who was in that hunt, they have fallen back by open water behind Newport. So St. Ignatius in 3rd place, not in a qualifying position. And then we go back behind them to Berkeley and Zlack, with Zlack in the trailing position by about 100 meters of open water. It's bow ball to bow ball between Newport and the Oakland strokes here. Newport still maintaining the higher stroke rate, Oakland understroking. Now, that doesn't mean much at this point because it's just a heat, and Oakland could be conserving energy, assuming they go on to the grand final. A lot of crews do that. They just roll an easier pace, make the grand final, and then they put it all on the line. So right now, Newport is putting it all on the line, and they have just overtaken Oakland to be the leader for Heat 3 here of the women's varsity 8s. 200 meters to go, and it's Newport followed by the Oakland Strokes, with St. Ignatius, Berkeley, and Slack Rowing Club in the 3 trailing positions as we conclude the heats for the women's varsity 8s, now coming to the finish line.
And coming up next is the first of the novice events for the day, the women's novice coxed quad heat number 1. Top 3 will move on to the final. In lane 1, Redwood Scullers. Lane 2, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 3, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 4, North Bay. Lane 5, River City. Lane 6, Long Beach B Boat. And lane 7, Slack.
it looks like we have had a clean start in Heat 1 of the women's novice quad. These are coxed quads, so as these are beginning or first-year rowers, they do have a coxswain in the boat to help them steer, although honestly the level of rowing that a lot of these novice rowers are at already, I'm sure that they could row a straight quad with absolutely no problem. But this is a very popular event in the Southwest region, and we see 7 boats on the course right now. Top 3 will qualify for the grand finals, and right now there is a good battle heating up between Redwood Scullers in lane 1 and Long Beach Junior Crew in lane 2. So those top 2 boats have pushed themselves out to a full boat length lead over the rest of the field. And really what we're looking at in terms of that third qualifying position is a nice race heating up between Newport and North Bay. So Newport rowing out of lane 3, flanked by North Bay in lane 4. In the 5th place position, we move out to lane 5, that's River City, and then back to them. About 1 length of open water, not quite 1 length of open water, will be the B boat entry from Long Beach Juniors. So they're in 6th place, and then back to them by a bit of open water, it will be our 7th place crew from Zlack. All boats now at 500 meters in, and again, top 2 boats, Redwood Scullers, now with 1 seat, over Long Beach Juniors, and they're 8 entries. So Long Beach with 2 boats here, 2 entries in this event. So Long Beach A in the 2nd place position, and too close to call right now for 3rd between Newport and North Bay. So we'll keep our eye on those 2 boats as we progress down the course. River City continuing in 5th, Long Beach B in 6th, and Zlack in 7th. .750 meters, Redwood Scullers continuing with their lead by about 2 seats over Long Beach Juniors. Back to them by 1 length of open water. Still tight racing here between Newport and North Bay, but I'm going to give a slight advantage to North Bay in lane 4. So North Bay sitting a couple of seats over Newport, and those coxswains in the bow sitting up and taking a look across, making sure that they're keeping their rowers abreast of the situation. This is a really tight race between Newport and North Bay as we approach 1,000 meters in. Continuing in the 5th place position, it will be River City. River City with lots of open water between themselves and Long Beach B. And then same for Long Beach B. They've got about 2 lengths of open water over Zlack. All boats now approaching 1,000 meters to go. We'll turn it over to Bob on the hill to see who's going to be able to hold on to that 3rd place in qualifying position.
Well, thank you, Adrian, for that early call. Again, folks, 3 boats will go on to the grand final, and the very close race to watch here is between North Bay Rowing Club, they're from Petaluma, California, and Newport Aquatic Center, they're from Southern California. Very close race between those 2 boats, those 2 novice quads here, as they come into the last 1,000 meters. It's still North Bay's race at this point for that 3rd place position. North Bay, the younger, smaller program, they're getting faster and bigger and better every year, and the novices are the future of any varsity program. So right now, North Bay and Newport, both their novice boats are looking good. Open water at this point at 1,250 meters. Redwood Scullers, a very strong sculling program from the San Francisco Bay Area, they are holding off. But Long Beach is matching them, taking the course stroke for stroke on the same rate. Now turning back to North Bay and Newport, continues to be North Bay, but it is getting closer by the stroke as they approach 1,500 meters. We'll make that next call then to see how these 2 crews, how they stack up when they hit the 1,500 meter markers. The trailing boats continue to be River City's Long Beach B and Zlack, all separated by considerable open water. Redwood Scullers and Long Beach are first across the line at 1,500. And now it's going to be Newport and North Bay. I hate to make the Newport and North Bay coaches nervous, but it is too close to call from the top of Rattlesnake Hill. There's still a very slight advantage going to North Bay. The other thing that's interesting is North Bay is understroking Newport just a little bit. So that gives North Bay an extra gear. And there goes North Bay. North Bay making a move now, moving up away from Newport. It's North Bay pushing away. They've got 3 seats now, pushing to 4 seats. What just happened? That North Bay boat came alive, and now they're in that 3rd place position. Big push away from Newport by North Bay Rowing Club. Out in front, Long Beach has overtaken the Redwood Scullers as the leader here in the heat. Again, 3 boats going to the grand final. At this point, it's Long Beach, Redwood Scullers, and now North Bay. North Bay, which you heard, they made a push. They are still pushing. They've taken the rate up. Remember how I told you the rate was lower? Well, now they're higher, and it's working to their advantage as they push away from Newport with an open water position now. If they hold on to this, they will go to the grand final. These are the women's novice coxed quads, unofficially to the grand final. Long Beach, Redwood Scullers, and North Bay with Newport chasing.
Up next, the second heat of the women's novice cox quad. Top 3 to the grand final. Lane 1, Seabase. Lane 2, San Diego Rowing Club. Lane 3, Artemis. Lane 4, California Yacht Club. Lane 5, Cathedral Catholic High School. Lane 6, Upper Natoma.
San Diego in lane 2. So San Diego with a good lead here over Artemis, rowing out of lane 3. Artemis and California Yacht Club in a very tight race here. So it's still pretty early on in the goings here, just approaching 500 meters. Artemis and California Yacht Club very close to each other for that second and third place position. Now back to them by a little bit of open water. We'll move over to lane 1, Seabase. So Seabase in 4th. They are bow to stern over our 5th place crew, Upper Natoma. Upper Natoma rowing out of lane 6. And then back to them by about 2 lengths of open water. It will be Cathedral Catholic High School. So Cathedral Catholic in 6th place. A little bit of open water now for San Diego as they progress down the course, approaching 750 meters. Doing a really nice job, looking very sharp in that bright red boat. So San Diego looking sharp in lane 2 in the first place spot. We move back by... That will be Artemis. So Artemis having overtaken California Yacht for that second place position. So California Yacht Club in 3rd. Back to them by about a length of open water. Seabase continues in 4th. Upper Natoma continuing in 5th, and Cathedral Catholic in 6th. All boats now approaching 1,000 meters to go. San Diego line with 1,000 meters. They are looking at water lead right now over Artemis, and Artemis looking at a 1/6 lead over California Yacht Club. So those are your top 3 boats at the halfway point. We'll turn it over to Bob. Final strokes of Heat 2 of the women's novice quad.
And folks, all these women's novice quads now passing the halfway markers, and we're going to keep an eye on lane 1 here, Newport Seabase. Newport Seabase, one of the newer, younger teams here, they're still within striking distance of these top 3 women's novice quads out in front. San Diego, the big leader here with a comfortable open water advantage, but lane 1, Newport Seabase, this is novice racing. Anything can happen, as you know, so they're making a move right now. Newport Seabase is actually making up water, and this could turn into a 3-boat race for the last 2 qualifying positions. So very good racing here as Newport Seabase moves up on California Yacht Club. Artemis continues in 2nd place, but it might turn into a 2-boat race here between California Yacht Club, a very small program from the Marina del Rey area of Southern California, and Newport Seabase program from the Newport area. This is going to be a good race to watch here as these novices put it on the line as they come into the last 1,500. Now trailing continue to be Cathedral Catholic High School and Upper Natoma, with Upper Natoma in the 5th place position and Cathedral Catholic in 6th. 3 boats to the grand final. Women's novice cox quads now at 1,500 meters. Lane 1, Newport Seabase still down about bow to stern behind Cal Yacht Club, but that's not a big difference for novice racing, and anything could happen. So lane 1, Newport Seabase, keep an eye on them. Cal Yacht Club in lane 4, that coxswain is going to be looking over every now and then, checking in on lane 1, because with 500 meters to go, We're going to see if these crews have a sprint in them and what they can do to get their boat to the grand final. Well, the Cal Yacht Club coxswain just saw what was going on, and she called for a rate push, and now their boat is pushing away from Newport Sea Base, and right as that happened, Newport Sea Base had a little bobble, almost like a small crab on one side, that slowed their boat down just a little bit. So the top three boats remain the same. San Diego Rowing Club in the red shell way out in front, followed by Artemis Rowing from the Oakland, California area, and Cal Yacht Club from the Marina Del Rey area of California, with Newport Sea Base still in fourth and chasing now. This will be the last heat for the women's novice cox quads. The next race up. You'll hear that from the finish line 10 and Tricia, but right now finishing unofficially to the grand final for the women's novice cox quads, San Diego, Artemis, and California Yacht Club, with Newport Sea Base chasing in fourth.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pick up the women's JV8, currently underway and just past 500 meters in. We've got 6 boats on the course. In lane 1, Capital Crew, lane 2, NorCal, lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center, lane 4, Los Gatos, lane 5, St. Ignatius, and lane 6, Berkeley High School. And our top 2 crews right now, just past 500 meters, will be Capital Crew and Marina Aquatic Center. So about astern over NorCal. So third place position, rowing out of lane 2. In fourth place, we'll move out over to lane 5, that's St. Ignatius. They have a 1 length of open water lead over Los Gatos in lane 4, Los Gatos in 5th, and then Los Gatos sitting 7 seats over Berkeley High School, so Berkeley High in 6th. All boats 150 meters, Capital continuing to push away from Marina, but Marina charging hard and trying to get a little bit more distance between themselves and NorCal. So in this event, top 3 boats will go to the final, and right now those top 3 boats are Capital, followed by Marina, with NorCal chasing.
And ladies and gentlemen, heat number 1 of the women's JV8s, now approaching 1,250 meters. The leaders remain the same. What we're watching here is St. Ignatius crew. St. Ignatius in lane 5, we're trying to see if they can pull up and challenge NorCal for that third qualifying position. At this point, they're not there yet. They've got about 750 meters left, so will St. Ignatius be able to take on NorCal? St. Ignatius in 4th place, NorCal in 3rd. Capital continues in the lead, and they continue to push away from 2nd place Marina Aquatic Center. So Capital in lane 1 setting the pace here for Heat 1 of the women's JV8s. These are the second fastest women's 8s from each program. And Capital here rowing like a rocket ship in lane 1 as Marina is holding off NorCal by about 2 seats open. St. Ignatius on the outside lane trying to catch NorCal to get on to that grand final qualifying spot, but they're still down about half a boat length open water as we hit 1500. And 350 meters to go for heat number 1 of the women's JV8s. It's Capital, Marina, and NorCal with St. Ignatius chasing, followed by Los Gatos and Berkeley High School. 3 to the grand final. That third and final position still belongs to NorCal with St. Ignatius in 4th. Capital setting the pace, followed by Marina in 2nd. Here comes that finish, as we'll turn our attention to the next heat for the women's JV8s down the lake with Adrian making that call here shortly.
Up next, we will have the second heat of the women's JV8. Top 3 to the grand final. In lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane 3, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 4, Pacific. Lane 5, San Diego. And lane 6, River City. Over to Adrian for the call.
And the final heat of the women's JV8 currently underway, and just past the breakage point, we have 6 boats on the course. And our leader very early on here will be Oakland Strokes. So Oakland at 250 meters in, sitting with a 4-seat lead over Marin. Marin rowing out of lane 1. So top 2 boats here, Oakland followed by Marin, but with Newport very close lots of overlap still between all boats. So Newport in third. Back to Newport by about 5 seats. It will be Pacific in the 4th place position, sitting with 4 seats over San Diego. So San Diego in 5th. And then River City in 6th. All boats now approaching 500 meters to go. Or excuse me, 500 meters in. .500 meters gone, and Oakland continuing to stretch their lead out over the rest of the field. But really tight racing here between Newport and Marin, and only 3 boats will advance to the grand finals. And right now, too close to call for me between Newport and Marin for that 2nd or 3rd place spot, but I'm going to give a slight advantage to Newport. So both boats, Newport and Marin, sitting bow to stern over our 4th place crew from Pacific. Pacific still with a little bit of their bow ball sitting on the stern deck of that Newport boat. Coxswain knows that they're going to have to do something spectacular here to try to regain a little bit of the ground that Newport and Marin have taken away from them, but they could get into one of those qualifying positions. Back to them by a little bit of open water, and continuing in 5th, it will be River City. River City sitting pretty much dead even with San Diego for that 5th or 6th place spot. So really interesting race heating up here between Marin and Newport, and with Pacific on a tear to try and see if they can crawl back in and get to one of those qualifying positions. Will be Oakland with their bow ball hitting that 1,000-meter line first. They're looking for a little bit of open water here at the halfway point. Newport pulling into that 2nd place position, sitting about 5 seats over Marin. Back to Marin by 1 length. It will be Pacific in 4th. San Diego in 5th, just barely over River City. So we'll keep our eye on this ever-changing position back and forth between some of these crews. We'll turn it over to Bob on the hill for the final 1,000 meters of Heat 2, Women's JV8.
Thank you, Adrian, for that good call here. A little bit of wind patch the crews are going through in the middle 1,000 there. Actually, it's more like the second 500 as the winds here from the south-southwest hit that open area a little bit more. And the crews are all handling it well. It's not that bad, but still a little bit challenging here as it can mess with the blade work a little bit or cause a little bit of boat balance problem. But the crew's doing good here as they come in. We're keeping an eye on Pacific in 4th place. Will they move up to that 3rd qualifying position? That's the race to watch here. Now the outside lanes 5 and 6 between San Diego and River City. They're bow ball to bow ball with the outside lane, River City moving up slightly ahead of San Diego, but neither crew in a qualifying position at this point. Oakland continues in the lead, followed by Newport, and then Marin for the women's JV8s. The 2nd and final heat for the women's JV8s, with Pacific in 4th, trying to catch Marin in lane 1. .500 meters to go. Marin continuing in that 3rd qualifying position behind the 2 leaders from Oakland and Newport. Pacific has their bow ball close to Marin's stern deck, but Marin doing a good job holding the rate high and keeping Pacific behind them. They know they have to if they want to go to that grand final. So as they come into the spectator area here, get ready to cheer for your favorite crew. And again, the race to watch here is between Marin and Pacific, as Pacific is in 4th, not in a qualifying position at this point, but they're trying very hard to do so as they chase Marin in lane 1. Here they come. 200 meters to go. Marin still holding on to third as Pacific chases. Oakland out in front, followed by Newport. So unofficially going on to the grand final for the women's JV8s here at the USRowing Southwest Youth Championships. It is unofficially Oakland, Newport, and Marin, with Pacific chasing in fourth.
One of the men's JV8 currently underway. We've had a clean start, and we have 6 boats on the course. In Lane 1, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 2, Capital Crew. Lane 3, St. Ignatius. Lane 4, Los Gatos. Lane 5, Marina Aquatic Center. And Lane 6, Brophy. Meters Newport along the shoreline, already with a good lead, bow to stern over St. Ignatius in lane 3. So St. Ignatius in that second place position. They are sitting with their coxswain on the bow person of the Capital boat, so Capital sitting in third, and Capital now bow to stern over Marina Aquatic Center. In fifth, we're going to move to the outside lane. That will be Brophy Junior Crew. They have about 1 seat of rowing. Ignatius now.
And the men's JV8s now hitting the halfway markers. 3 boats will go on to the grand final. Now, as you heard Adrian making the early part of the race, the leader is Newport Aquatic Center in lane 1. Newport Aquatic Center, coached by Nick D'Antoni, turning out to be a very dominant program this year, very deep throughout the program. Great rowing technique, great fitness. They are looking very dominant right now as they easily set the pace for this heat. They are followed by the second place team from St. Ignatius College Preparatory School in San Francisco. The third place Capital Crew. Now lane 5 is chasing. Marina Aquatic Center is chasing and trying to catch that third place boat from Capital Crew, and they are slowly getting closer to them as we hit the 1,500 meter markers. The 2 trailing boats continue to be Brophy and Los Gatos, with Brophy continuing to hold an advantage of almost a full boat length of open water over 6th place Los Gatos. Now Newport is across 1,500 meters already, setting a solid pace for this heat. St. Ignatius continues in second, Capital in third, Marina chasing in fourth. Marina has their bow ball on the Capital stern deck, so 500 meters to go. That's within striking distance, And the coxswain from Capital can't be too comfortable here as the top three go on, and they've got a boat right behind them. That fourth place boat is Marina here in the men's JV8 Heat 1. But Newport out in front, there they are coming into the spectator area. They are the leaders, and then St. Ignatius High School in second. Capital continuing to hold off Marina for that third qualifying position, but Marina chasing so hard. Marina trying to catch that Capital boat so they can go to the grand final. With 200 meters to go, this could get down to a closer finish. Marina halfway through the Capital boat at this point. Capital still in third. St. Ignatius in second. Newport in first. Here comes that finish for Heat 1 of the men's JV8s. Folks, it's going to be a photo. This could turn into a photo finish between Marina and Capital for the men's JV8s.
Up next, we have our second heat of the men's JV8. Top three to the grand final. Lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Marin. Lane 3, NorCal. Lane 4, Pacific. Lane 5, Sarah High School. And Lane 6, River City.
Heat 2 of the men's JV8 currently underway with 6 boats on the course. At 500 meters, our leader early on will be Oakland Strokes, very closely followed by Marin. So Marin just behind. In third place, really tight battle here between Sarah High School, Pacific, and NorCal. In the 6th place position, we're going to move out to lane 6, and that will be River City. But the battle right now for that third qualifying spot is going to go between NorCal, Pacific, and Sarah. I'm going to give a slight advantage right now early on to Sarah High School for third, but just by about a half a seat over NorCal. NorCal sitting 1 seat over Pacific. Top 2 boats right now, Oakland Strokes sitting 7 seats over Marin, and then Marin with a little bit of open water over Sarah, NorCal, and then Pacific. And good change around here as we progress to 1,000 meters in. Oakland strokes now with a bit of open water over Marin, and then back to Marin by about 3/4 of a boat length of open water. Our new third place crew is going to be NorCal. They took a huge power 10 back at 750 meters, and they really want to get into that third qualifying spot. Maybe even see if they can take a little bit of water away from Marin. So NorCal in third. They are followed closely by Pacific, and then Sarah slipping back to fifth. Now back to Sarah by about 2 lengths of open water. Our sixth place crew continues to be River City, just passing 1,000 meters here for them. We'll turn it over to Rattlesnake Hill and turn the call over to Bob.
Thank you, Adrian. Yes, Oakland in lane 1 is on fire here. They're setting the pace here for heat number 2 of the men's JV8s here at the USRowing Southwest Youth Championships. Oakland here, the defending national champion program in the nation for the junior men's 8s, and they're showing their depth here as their men's JV8 is out in front by a comfortable open water margin. Marin in second. They are holding off the third place team, as you just heard from NorCal, who made a big move and worked out ahead of Pacific and Sarah High School. So NorCal solidly in that third place position, bow to stern ahead of Pacific. Pacific 4 seats up on Sarah High School. In the trailing position is lane 6. That is River City Rowing Club from the Sacramento area. This is heat number 2 of the men's JV8s with 500 meters to go. Coming in the next 350 meters, men's JV8s, that's Oakland along the shore in the lead. As you can see, they are not threatened by any other team at this point. Second place Marin, third place NorCal. Pacific still in fourth by now about 6 seats over Sarah High School. The top 3 boats go on to the grand final, and that third place boat is NorCal, chasing Marin and Oakland, the other 2 leaders. 200 meters to go as this heat now comes to the finish line. And if NorCal continues to row the way they do, they are going to go to the grand final here. And that is unofficial, of course. But NorCal looking good here as they made that gutsy move at the 1,000-meter line, and it paid off very well as they chased Marin and Oakland to the finish line here as the third boat going to the grand final for the men's JV8s.
Lining up at the start line, we have the men's novice four, semifinal number 1. Top 3 will move on to the grand final. In lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Capital. Lane 3, NorCal. Lane 4, Seabase. Lane 5, Lane 6, North Bay. And lane 7, Marine Aquatics.
And we have the first of 2 semifinals. Yesterday, these men's novice fours raced in heats to try to get into the semifinals. So very popular category with so many boats. They had to go through a heat and semifinal progression. So right now we've got 7 boats on the water. Oakland Strokes in lane 1, Capital in lane 2, NorCal in lane 3, Seabase in lane 4, OARS in lane 5, North Bay in lane 6, and Marina Aquatic Center in lane 7. At 500 meters in, our leader will be Capital Crew rowing out of lane 2. They are sitting with a 2-seat advantage over NorCal. NorCal rowing out of lane 3, and NorCal sitting maybe 1 seat over Oakland Strokes. So top 3 boats will progress to the grand final. And right now, really tight here between Capital, followed by NorCal, and then Oakland Strokes. In 4th place, we're going to move over to lane 6. That's North Bay Rowing Club. North Bay looking like they've got some good competition from Seabase in lane 4. And actually, just as I said that, Seabase took a big jump there, and they now have overtaken North Bay for that 4th place position. So Seabase in 4th, followed by North Bay. But North Bay is sitting 4 seats over Oars. Oars rowing out of lane 5. And then Oars sitting bow to stern over Marina Aquatic Center in lane 7. But now back to our leaders. It is really a nice battle heating up here at 750 meters between our new leader, Oakland Strokes, followed by Capital, and then NorCal. So really tight racing here. I'm going to reverse that and actually say that Capital still holds on to the lead, but just barely over Oakland Strokes. So really kind of going back and forth here, depending on whose blades are in the water. Capital and Oakland even, but with NorCal right there sitting just behind them by 1 seat. Seabase is continuing in 4th. They now have a bow to stern advantage over North Bay, and North Bay is still sitting with 5 seats over Oars. Marina Aquatic Center continuing in 7th. It is really just dead even between Capital and Oakland as we progress down the race course here. Back to them now by about 4 seats. In third, it is NorCal, so NorCal slipping back to third as Capital and Oakland chase each other down the race course. Advantage going back to Oakland for the lead. So now Oakland by 2 seats over Capital. 150 meters to go. It is Oakland for the lead, now 3 seats over Capital. Capital 4 seats over NorCal.
And ladies and gentlemen, the men's novice 4 semifinal now coming into the last 600 meters. Now, this is a semifinal because there were so many entries in this event that the rowing referees had to run a time trial yesterday to eliminate the field down to the top 14 boats. And that's what we're seeing right now is out of the top 14 boats, which will be the top 6 that go on to the grand final. So Oakland in the lead, followed by Capital and then NorCal. These 3 men's novice 4s have a comfortable open water advantage over the remaining 4 teams. From Newport Sea Base, the Oakland Athletic Rowing Society, a new program in the region, North Bay Rowing Club, and Marina Aquatic Center. 500 meters to go for all these crews now. And again, these are the men's novice 4s. Number 1, top 3 to the grand final. Novice rowers, meaning they're in their first year of racing. So again, top 3 boats go on to the grand final here from semifinal number 1 of the men's novice 4s. Oakland, Capital, and NorCal are those 3 teams right now with a comfortable open water advantage over the remaining 4 teams from Newport Sea Base, Oakland Athletic Rowing Society, North Bay Rowing Club, and finally Marina Aquatic Center. Semifinal number 2 is now loading in the platform, but here's the finish for semi number 1.
Up next, we have the second semifinal for the men's novice 4. In lane 1, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 2, Marin Rowing. Lane 3, San Diego. Lane 4, San Diego's B Boat. Lane 5, 805 Rowing Club. Lane 6, Sarah. Lane 7, Oars B boat.
Ladies and gentlemen, semifinal number 2 of the men's novice 4 is now just past 500 meters. A little bit windy up here in Rattlesnake Hill, so forgive me if you hear the rustling of the trees. But right now, with the top 3 boats, that's going to be lanes 1, 2, and 3 out in front. Newport Aquatic Center, Marin Rowing Association, those 2 top boats are pacing one another bow ball to bow ball. And in third place, San Diego Rowing Club. Now, chasing San Diego about 1 boat length back at this point is going to be lane number 5. Lane number 5, which on my schedule says 8:05. I don't know who that is, so I'll wait for some feedback from base radio. But lane 5 is in a position to challenge San Diego Rowing Club for that top 3 spot here in the semifinal number 2 of the men's novice 4s. In 5th place, we go to lane number 4, San Diego B, and then the outside lanes, Sarah High School and, oh, I get it, it's the B, it's Oakland Athletic Rowing Society apparently in lane 5. That's what I'm guessing here. Anyways, the outside lanes are in the treading position, Sarah High School and the B boat from Oakland Athletic Rowing Society. Again, we'll find out who 805 really is and get back to you. But right now, the top 3 boats are Newport, Marin, and San Diego at the halfway markers. Folks, we just got word 805 is a legitimate name for the club. Apparently, they've named their club after the phone area code from where they're from. We're hearing it's the Santa Barbara area. That's the most information I have right now. But they're still in 4th place, chasing 3rd place San Diego, and it is getting closer between 805 and San Diego Rowing Club here in semifinal number 2 of the men's novice 4s, as the top 3 boats will move on. Marin now overtaking Newport. Marin moving into the lead ahead of Newport for that 1st place position here. Men's novice 4s at 750. And at 1,500 meters, it is Marin's men's novice 4, first across the line, followed by Newport Aquatic Center, and still San Diego Rowing Club in 3rd place with the brand new program named 805 in 4th place pursuing them. San Diego's B boat is in the 5th place position, and then we go back to Sarah High School and the Oakland Athletic Rowing Society B. They're in the 2 trailing positions here. But again, being this is a semifinal, the top 3 boats move on. These are the men's novice 4s. It's Marin, Newport, and San Diego Rowing Club with 805, the new team from the Santa Barbara area, chasing them in 4th as semifinal number 2 comes to the finish line now for the men's novice 4s. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now awaiting the starts for the men's singles. The men's singles will be coming up next. We'd like to take a moment and welcome some of the newer programs to the Southwest Region Championships. We have a new team in Nevada, Lake Las Vegas. Lake Las Vegas, a new team just getting started this year. We welcome them. As you just heard in the previous race, a new team called 805. Mysterious name, but we'll find out who they really are. But we hear they're from Santa Barbara area, and we welcome them, and they just put on a fine race, coming in 4th place here in the semifinal of the men's novice fours. Great showing for a first-year team. There's also another program called Table Mountain Juniors. They are from the Oroville area, rowing up at the Four Bay Aquatic Center, and they are doing a super job here. We welcome them, and they're a young program. And there's a few other young ones, Newport Sea Base, a couple of years old. All these programs show you that rowing is growing in the Southwest region. If there's water, chances are someone's going to start a rowing program there, as this regatta many years ago only had 8 teams, and now we're pushing up against the number of 35 to 36 teams. So it keeps growing every year, and we welcome all these competitors, their coaches, and their parents to Lake Natoma. All right, heat number 1 of the men's singles now on the water. Top 2 boats go on to the grand final. Now, this is a very difficult boat to row. 1 rower, no coxswain, 2 oars. And folks, get this, if you're new to the sport, these single sculls are often more skinny than the width of the shoulders of the rowers. So there is not much of a balance point for these boats. And they can flip in a heartbeat. In addition to that, the boat itself only weighs about 29 to 31 pounds. So very, very difficult boat to row. And you'll see these rowers making it look easy, which is a testimony to their skill. Now, right now, the top 2 boats here for the men's singles in Heat 1 of 3 heats. Lane 1, California Yacht Club. Zachary Steinfeld, he is out in front by open water. In the 2nd place position, it's going to be Mark Yankovic from Palo Alto. He is closely being paced by Andrew Mullane of the Tempe Scullers in lane 3. Those are your top 3 boats as we come into the halfway markers. We then go outside to lanes 6 and 7. Isaac Murphy from Humboldt Bay Juniors and Conrad, trying to pronounce the last name, Barbare of SoCal Scullers. These 2 outside lanes are chasing for that 2nd place position, and these boats move a lot more slowly than the 8, so there's more time involved here in the racing strategy. We'll give you the next call as they approach 1,500 meters, but the 2 leaders are lanes 1 and 2 from Cal Yacht Club and Palo Alto. We'll be back shortly with the next call. All right, all the scullers going through a small wind patch right now at 1,250 meters. The leader from Cal Yacht Club continues to be Zachary Steinfeld. He has a comfortable open water advantage here as he heads for the 1,500 meter markers. In 2nd place, it's still Mark Yankovic from Palo Alto Rowing Club from the San Francisco Bay Area. And you're seeing this sculler, he's doing a super job here, holding on to his 2nd place qualifying position. The next contender is going to go all the way out to lane 6, Isaac Murphy, Humboldt Bay Juniors. He is in a position where if he can make up about a length or 2 of open water, he could take on that 2nd place position. But with 500 meters to go, that's going to get more difficult here as time runs out. Again, Palo Alto holding on to that second qualifying position. Humboldt Bay in third, followed by SoCal Scholars in lane 7. And then back inside to Scholars, Andrew Mullane in lane 3. He is not in a qualifying position, but still a good race nonetheless here. 7. Trailing positions are Tristan Spooner from Table Mountain, one of the new teams, and Sean Clancy, the second Tempe Junior entry in this event here. This is heat number 1 of the men's varsity singles now finishing. California Yacht Club in lane 1 in the lead. In second place, Mark Yankovic from Palo Alto, but as I told you, being chased on the outside by Humboldt and SoCal Scholars. 100 meters to go for these Scholars to finish. 2 go to the grand final. And look at the outside lanes pushing lane 2 here. We'll turn it over to the finish line. This could turn into a photo finish. Almost. It looks like lane 2. It looks like lane 2 held on to that second qualifying spot. That's unofficial. Heat number 2 has started, and we're going to give you that call as they hit 1,500 meters.
And ladies and gentlemen, our heat 2 of the men's single is approaching 500 meters. Redwood Scholars, lane 2, Tempe Junior, lane 3, Artemis, lane 4, Long Beach Juniors, lane 5, another Long Beach Junior entry, lane 7, Utah. Just past 500 meters in, our early leader is lane 1, Dorn Finley of Redwood Scholars. Lanes 2 and 4 back to our 4th place position, Daniel Ma of Artemis. Lane 7, Liam Connor of Utah in 5th. And we've got quite a bit of separation now. Doran Finley of Redwood Scholars sitting about 3 boats open waters here as we are approaching 900 meters into the course. Lane 2 has about 3 seats over lane 4 for that 2nd and 3rd place position. going through 1,000 meters now. Doran Finley, Redwood Scullers, now extending his lead about 4 boat lengths of open water. There's still a really good race going on between Tempe Juniors and Nicholas West of Long Beach here for that second and third place position. They are bow ball to bow ball going through 1,000 meters right now. Fourth place continues to be Daniel Mall of Artemis. Fifth place, we go out to lane 7, Liam Connor of Utah. Trailing, and at 600 meters to go, I'll give one final call here. Doran Finley continues comfortably in his lead in lane 1. And again, lanes 2 and 3 really fighting it out here for that second and third place position. It is too close to call. They've been neck and neck this entire race so far. So we will see how the last 500 meters go for Alexander and Nicholas as they come into the finish line.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are awaiting the start for Heat 3 of the men's single, event number 30. These are the lane assignments. In Lane 1, Artemis. Lane 2, Brophy. Lane 3, Palo Alto. Lane 4, Seabase. Lane 5, San Diego. Lane 6, Capital Crew. And Lane 7, Tempe Town Lake. Top 2 boats to advance to the grand finals.
And approaching 500 meters now is the heat number 3 of the men's single. Top 2 of these boats will move on to the final. Our early leader right now is coming out of lane 6, Capital Crew. Capital Crew is 1 boat length over lane 1, Artemis. Lane 2, Brophy, is bow to stern for that 3rd place position. In 4th, we move over to lane 3 for Palo Alto. 5th place, San Diego. We'll move out to lane 7 for that 6th place position. Good. Lane 6, Capital lead. Very nicely here in this wind. And in 3rd place, Brophy stern. Capital Crew, little bit of 3rd place Brophy, and then we have water back to place. We move into lane 5, San Diego. 6th place continues to be 7. Crew really turning up the heat here on Artemis, and so these top 3 boats getting closer and closer together here. So for the top 2 positions, it's going to be
the race is really tightening up here for these top two. We have about 2 boat lengths of open water back to that 4th place position of Palo Alto, with Tempe-Town Lake and Seabase trailing. Continuing to put the heat on here, Artemis coming back to 2nd, and in 2nd, and Brophy now with their bow ball in the middle of Capital's boat. So again, top 3 boats here, only 2 to qualify. We're going to continue to watch this last 500 meters to see how things continue to shape up. start for the first heat of the women's lightweight double. Top 2 of these boats will qualify to the final. In lane 1, Redwood Scullers. Lane 2, Casitas. Lane 3, Xavier Prep. Lane 4, NorCal. Lane 5, RowLA. Lane 6, Slack. And Lane 7, Long Beach Juniors. And all 7 boats here approaching 500 meters. Early leaders coming out of lane 5, RowLA. We'll move over to lane 1 for second place. And in that third place position right now we have Casitas Rowing Club. We've had a little lead change here as they're approaching 750 meters. Redwood Scullers taking over that first qualifying position. The second qualifying position is going to go to RowLA, but Casitas is hot on their tails right now. Xavier Prep in lane number 3, sitting in the middle of Casitas' boat here, so challenging Casitas for that third place position. Redwood Scullers sitting bow to stern with RowLA, and Casitas bow to stern with RowLA. As we approach 1,000 meters to go, Redwood Scullers will be first across the line, moving into that second qualifying position. RowLA is rowing out of lane 5. Our third place crew continues to be Casitas and Xavier Prep in 4th. Moving out here to lane 6, we have Black Rowing Club, and trailing NorCal and Long Beach. Redwood Scullers now beginning to really open up their lead, sitting with a comfortable 2, maybe 3 boat lengths open water advantage now. Casitas has overtaken RowLA now for that second qualifying position. Casitas up now half a boat length over Casitas. with 600 meters to go. Redwood Scullers continues in the lead. Row LA put another move on here, and they are now challenging Casitas. So that's second qualifying position. Casitas and Row LA with Xavier Prep hot on their heels. We have NorCal's Lac and Long Beach Juniors trailing.
And as we await the start of the women's lightweight double, as we await the race call for Heat 2 of the women's lightweight double, I'd just like to make a quick announcement. Coaches, if you have bow markers from yesterday's time trials or heats, please bring them to the finish line tent. I repeat, if you still have bow markers, bring them to the finish line tent.
Second heat of the women's lightweight double well underway here on the course. In lane 1 we have Long Beach Juniors, lane 2 Redwood Scullers, lane 3 Sea Base, lane 4 Humboldt Bay, lane 5 Utah, lane 6 Cal Yacht Club, and in lane 7 Tempe Town Lake. Our top two positions right now are going to go to lanes 1 and 2 of Long Beach Juniors and Redwood Scullers. Both of those boats here open water over our third place crew from Humboldt. The fourth place position right now is being contested between Utah and California Yacht Club, with Tempe Town Lake and Sea Base trailing. our top two move on to the grand final here, and sitting very comfortably in those top two positions is Long Beach Juniors and Redwood Scholars. Long Beach sitting a half a boat length up on Redwood Scholars. There's about a 4 boat length open water distance back to our third place crew of Humboldt. Humboldt sitting 1 boat length open water over lane 5 Utah. Utah bow to stern over Cal Yacht Club, followed by Tempe Town Lake and Seabase trailing. Top 2 of these boats move on to the grand final here, and Redwood Scullers beginning to make a move on Long Beach. So Redwood Scullers down about 2 seats right now on Long Beach. These 2 boats sitting comfortably in those qualifying positions as we approach 500 meters to go, but Redwood Scullers is on the move.
And finishing here, Heat 2, the women's lightweight double. Right now, our leaders are along the shoreline, Long Beach Juniors, followed by Redwood Scullers, but with Humboldt Bay chasing. Copy that. I'll turn it over to you in just a minute here.
And the third and final heat of the women's lightweight double, just past 500 meters into the course. We have a good race going. In the we'll go to lane 1, Cal Yacht Club. Second place is very tight between Artemis and lane 7, Upper Natoma. So Cal Yacht Club bow to stern over the second place race here between Artemis and Upper Natoma. Our fourth place crew is Cathedral Catholic High School, followed by Tempe Juniors and Long Beach and Utah trailing. Approaching 1,000 meters here, there's a very good race going on between these top three crews here for 2 qualifying spots. Lane 1, Cal Yacht Club, with a slight advantage over Upper Natoma in lane 7 and Artemis in lane 2. But Artemis and Upper Natoma too close to call for that second qualifying position right now. We go open water back to our fourth place crew from Central Cathedral Catholic. And all of these crews now hitting a little bit of a wind patch as we go through the middle of the course. Lane 1 extending their lead, Cal Yacht Club, to solidify that first place position. Lane 2 has moved into the second place position now, about a boat length, about astern to Upper Natoma in lane 7. We go open water back to Cathedral Catholic, followed by Long Beach Juniors and Tempe. And 500 meters to go. Cal Yacht Club in the lead. Artemis in second. Upper Natoma in third. Fourth place will be Cathedral Catholic, followed by Long Beach, Tempe Juniors, and Utah trailing.
May I have your attention, please? May a representative or coach from Long Beach Junior Crew please come to the finish line tent. A representative coach from Long Beach Junior Crew to the finish line tent. Thank you.
will a representative from Long Beach Junior Crew please come to the finish line tent? Long Beach Junior Crew. Just a quick announcement, Concept 2 is providing oar service in the vendor area. Please drop by and say hello, Concept 2.
And the first semifinal for the women's Novice 4 underway on their course. All of these crews raced last night in a time trial to qualify for the semifinal. The top 14 crews racing in 2 semis today to move on to the grand final. Top 3 from this race will qualify. Our early leader with a large lead over the rest of the crews, Oakland Strokes in lane 1. So Oakland Strokes about a 5 boat length open water advantage over a very tight pack for the second and third place qualifying crews here. I will go ahead and give second place to NorCal crew rowing in lane 2. Third place is bow ball to bow ball between Aquatic Center and Newport. Stern on their B boat here. So again, in first place we've got Oakland Strokes through the 1,000. NorCal Marina and Newport's B boat here, all bow ball to bow ball for the second and third place qualifying position. Newport A, River City, and Los Gatos trailing. Marina Aquatic Center here making a very big move to get themselves into that second place position here. They've overtaken NorCal and have put themselves into second. So now the race is for third between NorCal and Newport's B boat. So Oakland Strokes, very comfortable margin in first. Second place, Marina. Third place, too close to call between Newport Aquatic Center and NorCal. We'll move back to lane 4 Newport, then River City, and trailing is Los Gatos. Our leader here, Oakland Strokes in lane 1, continuing to open up their lead. For a novice crew, they are rowing very well, long and in control, and continuing to walk away from the crowd. We've got Marina continuing in second. Newport now on the outside beginning to make a move on NorCal. So Marina in second, Newport B moving into that third qualifying position. NorCal still in the hunt here, but in fourth. Fifth place will go to the Newport A boat, River City, and Los Gatos.
Semifinal number 2 is currently underway and approaching 500 meters. I'll set the lanes for you here. This is the women's novice 4. In lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 2, Long Beach Junior Crew. Lane 3, Oars B. Lane 4, Casitas. Lane 5, San Diego. Lane 6, Oakland Strokes. And lane 7, Marin.
And underway on the course here is our second semifinal of the women's novice 4. We have a good race going on now. All of the boats in a nice tight pack. We have Marina Aquatic Center in the lead, followed by Long Beach Juniors. That third place position is going to go as a race between Oakland Athletic Rowing Society, San Diego, and Casitas. Oakland Athletic Rowing Society, San Diego, and Casitas in that third place position. Marina and Long Beach beginning to walk away from the rest of the pack. As the crews approach 1,000 meters, Marina Aquatic Center in the lead here. They are bow to stern over Long Beach Juniors. Long Beach, 2 boat lengths open water over the third place crew rowing out of lane 3, Oakland Athletic. We'll move over to lane 5, San Diego, for the 4th place position. Following is Casitas. Lane 6, Oakland Strokes, and lane 7, Marin trailing. Marina Aquatic Center and Long Beach beginning to really walk away from the rest of the crews here now. Marina is just separating from Long Beach to begin to open water over Long Beach. Long Beach, now 4 boat lengths open water over the third place crew from Oakland Athletic Rowing. 4th place by about 4 seats now is San Diego. So San Diego trying very hard to get into that third qualifying position for the final. Casitas down on San Diego about a half a boat length. Approaching 500 meters, Marina and Long Beach continue in the top 2 positions. Oregon Athletic Rowing in 3rd, San Diego still on the hunt as we go into the last 500 meters. here. At 750 meters in, our leader is Newport rowing out of lane 1. Lanes 2 and 3, the Newport B boat and Marin battling for that second place position. And then we will move back to lanes 4 and 5, Marin B and Oakland C in a race of their own for the 4th and 5th place position. In 6th, we move to Newport C, and in 7th, Marina Aquatic Center. Newport in lane 1 with a bow to stern advantage over Marin in lane 3. Marin sitting 2 seats over Newport B, so Marin in 2nd, 2 seats over Newport B in 3rd. In 4th, we'll move to the Oakland Strokes boat. In 5th is the Marin B boat. Marin now out of lane 3, beginning to move up onto that Newport Aquatic Center boat. So Marin, half a boat length now, sitting in the middle of Newport's boat. And Marin now rowing at 37 strokes a minute, continuing to walk onto that first place Newport boat. So Marin putting on a move here to get into that second, qualify for that first place position. We have Newport in 1st, Marin walking on Newport in 2nd, and the Newport B boat in 3rd. In 4th continues to be Oakland, with Marin B down 2 seats.
That was the finish for the first semifinal of the men's 3rd Varsity 8. Unofficially, on to the grand final. The top 3 crews are Newport A, Newport B, and Marin. Now underway is the second semifinal of the men's third Varsity 8, with the top 3 to move on to grand finals.
And the men's third varsity 8 semifinal number 2 underway on the course. We have a very good race going on between the Oakland A boat and the Oakland B boat for the top 2 positions. Right now, the Oakland A boat sitting 2 seats over the Oakland B boat. Moving over to lane 4, Capital, for the third place position. 3 seats down from Capital is Pacific in lane 3. In 5th place, we move to NorCal in lane 6, Upper Natoma in lane 7, with Sarah trailing. Oakland's A boat here beginning to move away from their teammates, the B entry in lane 1, but the Oakland B boat making it very difficult for Oakland A to walk away. Both of those boats here open water over our third place crew, Capital, and Capital sitting 3 seats over Pacific. Pacific crew has open water over lane 6, NorCal. Sarah has now moved 2 seats above St. Ignatius. Through the 1,000 here, Oakland A in first. Following is Oakland's B boat. Third place continues to be Capital crew. Fourth place is Pacific. Top 3 of these boats will move on to the grand final. Both Oakland boats with a very comfortable lead over the Capital boat and Pacific, who are battling for that third qualifying position. Pacific here charging on Capital right now and actually making a really good move and has pulled themselves even with Capital. So Capital and Pacific in a tight race right now for that third qualifying position. Meters to go. Oakland A in first, Oakland B in second, Pacific in third, Capital in fourth. We'll turn it over to the finish line.
Now coming through the spectators area, this is the men third varsity 8 semifinal number 2. Our top 3 crews will be moving on to the grand finals, and right now, unofficially, it's Oakland Strokes B out of lane 2, Oakland Strokes A out of lane 1, and as Tricia mentioned earlier, a continued battle between Capital and Pacific with a slight advantage to Pacific here by half a length over Capital. And it will be Pacific for that third qualifying spot with half a seat open water over Capital. So Pacific in third, Capital for fourth. Sarah High School for fifth. NorCal sixth. St. Ignatius in seventh. Already underway now is the women's third varsity 8 semifinal number 1. In lane 1, the Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 3, Marin. Lane 4, NorCal. Lane 5, St. Ignatius. Lane 6, NorCal B. And Lane 7, Berkeley High School. We'll get a race call from Tricia as these crews pass the 250-meter mark.
Underway on the course now is the women's third varsity 8 semifinal number 1. Top 3 of these boats will move on to the grand final later. Our leader is Oakland Strokes, rowing in lane 1. The second place position right now is a race between Marin in lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center in lane 2, and NorCal in lane 4. We move back to St. Ignatius, NorCal, and Berkeley High School, trailing. Oakland Strokes in lane 1 here has a bow to stern advantage over Marin rowing out of lane 3. Marina Aquatic Center sitting in third, so your top 3 positions right now, Oakland, Marin, and Marina. NorCal in fourth. Oakland beginning to create a little separation here between themselves and Marin. So Oakland 2 seats open water to Marin in second. Marina Aquatic Center sitting on the 2 seat of the Marin boat. NorCal has their bow ball on Marina's stroke seat in fourth. St. Ignatius sitting bow to stern with NorCal. Just past the 1,000 meter mark now. Marin starting to walk away in that second place position, walking away from Marina Aquatic Center. They started a move here at the 1,000 and are moving quite quickly into that Oakland Strokes boat now. Oakland continuing in first here, followed by Marin, then Marina. NorCal in fourth, St. Ignatius in fifth, NorCal and Berkeley trailing. Top three of these boats moving on to the final later. Your leaders continue in the same order here, Oakland, Marin, and Marina, with NorCal in fourth.
Now crossing the spectators area, this is the women's third varsity eights. The top three crews will move on to the grand finals, and unofficially, that's Oakland Strokes in first out of lane one. Marin in second, half a length over Marina Aquatic Center. So again to the grand finals, that is Oakland, Marin, and Marina. NorCal for fourth. St. Ignatius for fifth. NorCal B for sixth. And trailing in seventh place is Berkeley High School.
And on the course is the second semifinal for the women's third varsity 8 in lane 1, Capital Crew. Lane 2, Pacific. Lane 3, Oakland Strokes B-Boat. Lane 4, Capital Cruise B-Boat. Lane 5, Newport. Lane 6, Newport B. And in lane 7, Oakland Strokes C. Just passing 500 meters, Capital Crew with a slight advantage over the rest of the field. But all 7 boats now in a pretty tight pack through this first 500 meters of the course. Capital Crew with a slight advantage, and I'll move to the Oakland Strokes boat in lane 3 for a second place position. In third, we have Pacific, and too close to call between Capital's B boat, Newport, and Newport B, with Oakland Stroke C trailing. Capital Crew sitting about a stern advantage over the remaining boats in that first place position. Second place is Pacific. So second, Pacific moving ahead of the Oakland Strokes B boat. So Oakland Strokes in third, and then we'll move out to lane 5, Newport, for that fourth place position. So we're going to watch Newport and Oakland here as they both try to go up to that third qualifying spot for the final. Approaching 1,000 meters, Capital Crew extending their lead. They are now 4 seats open water over Pacific in lane 2. Pacific sitting 6 seats over Oakland Strokes in lane 3. Newport in 4th. Our top 3 crews continuing to be Capital in lane 1, following is Pacific in lane 2, and Oakland Strokes in lane 3. Newport Aquatic Center in 4th, but on the move for chasing down Oakland for that third qualifying position. We're going to keep our eye on Newport as they come into the last 500 meters to see between them and Oakland that third qualifying spot. And approaching 500 meters to go. Capital Crew in first, second in Pacific in second, and Newport now in that third qualifying position. We'll turn it over to the finish line for the finish.
Now coming through the spectators area, this is the second semifinal for the women's third varsity eights. Top three will be going on to the grand finals. In first place, it is Capital. Pacific in second. And it's a fight right now between Newport and Oakland for that third qualifying spot. Oakland now charging. This is going to come down to a photo finish for the third qualifying spot. And unofficially, that's Oakland over Newport for the third spot to go on to the grand final of the women's third varsity eights. Ladies and gentlemen, now underway is the women's singles heat number 1 with top 2 to go on to grand finals. In lane 1, Row LA. Lane 2, Redwood Scullers. Lane 3, Oakland Rowing Society. Lane 4, North Bay. And lane 5, Utah.
And the first heat of the women's single, well underway on the course now. Our leader in lane 1, SoCal Scullers. Second place, at 1,000 meters into the race course for the women's single heat number 1. Row LA in lane 1 is our early leader here. In lane 4, North Bay in second. And in lane 2, we have Redwood Scullers in third place position. Oakland Athletic Rowing Society in fourth, and Utah in trailing. We have quite a bit of separation between these scullers here. So sitting easily in that first qualifying position is Row LA. She has about a boat length of open water over our second place rower from North Bay. And in that third place position, Redwood Scullers. Following is Oakland Athletic Rowing Society. two finishers of this heat will move on to the final. Our top two, Row LA and North Bay, sitting comfortably in those top two positions. North Bay rowing out of lane 4, challenging lane 1 here to take over that lead position now. Even though they both will go ahead and qualify, North Bay making a good move on lane 1. There's still a good race going on for the 3rd and 4th positions between Redwood Scullers and Oakland Athletic. Tempe. Lane 3, Artemis. Lane 4, Newport. Lane 5, Table Mountain. Our early leader is coming out of Lane 1, Seabase. She's sitting with a 5 to 6 boat length open water advantage over the remaining crews. Second place right now will go to Lane 4, Newport, and third will be Lane 2, Tempe Juniors.
So Tempe Juniors sitting down half a boat length to the sculler out of Newport. Top two will move on to the final. And right now we can see Base is sitting very comfortable in lead position, and a good race going on between Newport and Tempe Juniors for the second qualifier. In fourth, we'll move to Artemis and Table Mountain Trail. Lane 2, Tempe Juniors making a move now and pushing her bow now in front of the Newport sculler. So Tempe Juniors in second, Newport in third. Our sculler in lane 1 from Seabase, Kendall Fernley, continuing to walk away from the other scullers in this race here. Rowing very long, nice, comfortable rate, but a very efficient rowing. Second place, Cammie Hayes from Tempe Junior now solidly in second. She is in open water over the sculler from Newport Aquatic Center in third. All of the scullers now, with 750 meters to go, we'll turn it over to the shore to watch them as they finish.
And finishing here is Heat 2 of the women's single. Clearly in the lead in lane 1 is Fernley from Seabase. She's got a substantial lead here coming into the finish. Top two boats qualify for the grand finals. And that second place crew is from Tempe Junior, Camille Hayes, coming into that second place spot.
And Heat 3 of the women's single. Top 2 of these boats will move on to the final. Leading right now is the NorCal boat rowing out of lane 2. Second place, SoCal Scullers out of lane 1. And in third is Upper Natoma. Those top 3 boats have open water advantage over our remaining 3 crews. Orient Strayer, an unaffiliated rower, High Tech High, Chula Vista, and Tempe Juniors. Those top 3 crews, a pretty good pack here, so top 2 to move on. All 3 of them are going to be working to solidify their spots. So our lane 2 out of NorCal in the lead, but lane 1 is closing the gap. Lane 1 making a good move here on lane 2. So lane 1 SoCal's making a move on NorCal to try to take over that lead position. Those 2 crews now open water over our third place crew from Upper Natoma. In fourth place, we move to lane 4. With Tempe Juniors and High Tech trailing. Two Scullers will move on to the final later, and right now it is too close to call who the first and second place positions will be between NorCal and SoCal. We've got a Northern California versus Southern California race going on for these top 2 positions. Top 2 Scullers continuing to fight for that lead position. I'm going to go ahead and give it to NorCal right now. She increased her stroke rate and is starting to create a little bit of separation over SoCal. In third continues to be Upper Natoma. lightweight double. Out of lane 1, Seabase. In second, we'll move over to lane 3, Redwood Scullers. Closely in third is Berkeley High School. Fourth place, San Diego Rowing Club. Fifth place, rowing out of lane 6, is Long Beach Juniors, with Pacific trailing. For the third, Berkeley being challenged by San Diego. So San Diego on the move here, trying to get into that third place position. Only top 2 move on, and right now both San Diego and Berkeley trying to get into that second place position, currently held by Redwood. Our leaders continuing to be Seabase. Redwood Scullers maintaining that second place position here, with San Diego continuing to challenge in third. With 500 meters to go, Seabase continuing in the lead. San Diego is charging on that second place crew from Redwood, so we'll have to turn it over to the finish line, as only 2 of these crews will advance.
And coming into the final strokes here, final 250 meters, heat 1 of the men's lightweight double. Only 2 will go on to the grand final. Seabase holding on to a lead just barely over San Diego, but with Redwood Scullers hot on the tail of that San Diego boat. We're going to follow this all the way to the finish. This is going to be a photo finish, folks. Keep your eye on that Redwood Scullers boat right next to San Diego. Seabase first across the line, and there goes Redwood Scullers, San Diego. And Heat 2 getting ready to start for the men's lightweight double. Let me give you your lane assignments. In lane 1, Long Beach Junior. Lane 2, Redwood Scholars. Lane 3, Casitas. Lane 4, Tempe Juniors. Lane 5, Los Gatos. Lane 6, Cathedral Catholic High School. Lane 7, Seabase.
And underway on the course now is the second. All of these athletes weighing in. And now out here trying to claim one of the top 2 positions to move on to the final. Our leader at 600 meters into the race course is going to be the Redwood Scholars rowing out of lane 2. Second place by just 2 seats is lane 1, Long Beach. Third place will move out to lane 4, Tempe Juniors. And in fourth, Casitas Rowing Club. On the outside here, we have Seabase coming up in that 5th place position, and Los Gatos and Cathedral Catholic trailing. As we approach 1,000 meters, Redwood Scholars extending their lead here. They are now bow to stern over Long Beach and Tempe. Long Beach and Tempe battling for that 2nd place qualifying position right now. With 750 meters to go, Redwood Scholars maintaining their lead, but Tempe Juniors rowing out of lane 4 has taken over the 2nd place position and is beginning to move into that Redwood Scholars boat. So Redwood Scholars in 1st, Tempe in 2nd, Long Beach in 3rd. All 3 of those crews, though, approaching 600 meters to go. We'll move back to Seabase and Casitas battling it out for 4th and 5th position. Los Gatos and Cathedral Catholic trailing. At 500 meters, Redwood Scholars remaining in the lead. Tempe Juniors, but Long Beach not giving up and going to challenge them for that 2nd place position. We'll turn it over to the finish line for that result.
And finishing here is Heat 2 of the men's lightweight double. Top two moving on to the final. Tempe Juniors in the lead here, but with Long Beach Junior and Redwood Scholars even. And we'll wait for official results on that finish.
And underway on the course is our third and final weight double. In lane 1, Newport. Lane 2, Artemis. Lane 3, Palo Alto. Lane 6, Berkeley High School. And in lane 7, San Diego. Top 2 crews will qualify for the final. Approaching 500 meters, Newport will be our early leader, but actually let me make a correction. Sophie will be our leader with Newport in second. Top third place will be Artemis. Lane 7, San Diego for that fourth place position. Lane 6, Berkeley High School. And then in lane 3, Humboldt. Newport seems to have taken the lead back over again into first, but they are pacing each other quite nicely down here. So lanes 1 and 4 for those top 2 qualifying positions here. Open water, about 3 boat lengths back to our third place crew, Artemis. Those 3 boats with a comfortable margin over the remaining boats. At 1,000 meters, still too close to call between Brophy and Newport for the top position, but both of those boats sitting very comfortably in the top 2 qualifying positions. Third place, Artemis, rowing by themselves here, so they have a very large margin over the remaining crews. And 600 meters to go now. I'm going to have to give it to Brophy, taking over the first place position. Second continues to be Newport. Third place, Artemis. In fourth, we'll look to lane 7, San Diego. Humboldt, then Palo Alto. Berkeley.
And final strokes here in the final heat for the men's lightweight double. In the lead, Brophy Prep, followed by Newport. And then Artemis in third. Just a quick announcement. If you would like, you can stop by the New York Life booth for a free child ID. IDs are made specifically for you. You can visit their booth and then try to win a prize and spin the wheel. Also, one of our vendors, Concept 2, is providing oar service in the vendor area. Please drop by and say hello to your Concept 2 reps. And we are awaiting a start in the first heat for the men's novice coxed quad. In lane 1, Redwood Scullers. Lane 2, California Yacht Club. Lane 3, San Diego. Lane 4, Palo Alto. Lane 5, North Bay. Lane 6, Newport. And Lane 7, Long Beach Junior Crew B.
And underway on the course, we have the first heat of the men's novice coxed quad. Top 2 of these boats will move on to the final. Leading is the Redwood Scullers out of lane 1. Lane 2, Cal Yacht Club, and North Bay battling for that second place position right now. They are both bow ball to bow ball. We'll move back 3 seats to the crew from San Diego, currently in 4th. And then out to lane 6, Newport. Following Newport is lane 7, Long Beach Juniors, with Palo Alto trailing. Redwood Scullers in the lead. They have an open water advantage over Cal Yacht Club and North Bay. Cal Yacht Club with a 2-seat advantage over North Bay for that second place position. And North Bay sitting about astern over San Diego. Passing 1,000 meters, Redwood Scullers. Redwood Scullers with a 2 boat length open water advantage now over Cal Yacht Club in second. North Bay continuing to maintain third. San Diego maintaining 4th place. And just past 750 meters, Redwood Scullers has a comfortable first place lead here. North Bay continuing to challenge Cal Yacht Club for that second qualifying position. So that coxswain in the North Bay boat continuing to look over at lane 2, Cal Yacht Club. But those two crews, they've been bow ball to bow ball down the course here. San Diego in 4th, Newport in 5th, Long Beach Juniors in 5th, and trailing Palo Alto. We'll turn it over to the shoreline here to see that finish in those top 2 qualifying spots.
And finishing here in Heat 1 of the men's novice quad, Redwood Scullers with open water. And we will watch the finish line closely for the second qualifying boat between California Yacht Club and North Bay. Is that North Bay or Palo Alto in San Diego? Is that North Bay with the green? Yes. And the unofficial finish on that last race, Redwood Scullers in 1st, California Yacht Club in 2nd, North Bay in 3rd. Heat 2 of the men's novice quad awaiting a start. In lane 1, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 2, Seabase. Lane 3, Berkeley High School. Lane 4, Los Gatos. Lane 5, Pacific. Lane 6, Upper Natoma. Lane 7, River City B. Just a short announcement here for coaches and athletes. The Control Commission will reopen at 1 p.m. for launching, and the first race of the afternoon will begin at 2:02 p.m.
And underway on the course is the second heat of the men's novice coxed quad. Our leader in lane 1, Long Beach Juniors. Second place is lane 3, Berkeley. And we'll move to the outside lane 7, River City, for the third place position. In fourth, Seabase. In fifth would be Pacific with Los Gatos and Upper Natoma trailing. Long Beach with a 1 boat length open water advantage over the second place crew from Berkeley High School. Berkeley High School has about 2 boat lengths of open water over the crew from River City. River City sitting bow to stern over Seabase. Approaching 1,000 meters, Long Beach Juniors with a comfortable first place lead here, and Berkeley High School in second. So top 2 will move on to the final, both Long Beach and Berkeley in a comfortable position at this point. The real race right now is for that third place position between River City and Seabase. Long Beach continuing to walk away here and solidify that first place position. A very good-looking crew, good-looking novice crew second place Berkeley. Seabase and River City continuing to have a good race going down the course for that third place position. Upper Natoma and Pacific in a race by themselves also trying to battle for that fourth and fifth place position with Los Gatos trailing.
And just finishing here in the final 100 meters, Long Beach Juniors for that top qualifying spot. They're followed by Berkeley High School in second. This is heat 2 of the men's novice quad. And the final heat for the men's novice quad, currently underway in lane 1, Newport, lane 2, Redwood Scullers B, lane 3, Capitol, lane 4, Casitas, lane 5, River City, and lane 6, Cathedral Catholic High School.
And 500 meters into the third heat of the men's novice coxed quad, our leader is Newport Aquatic Center rowing out of lane 1. Lane 2, Redwood Scullers in second. And lane 3, Capital Crew in third. We'll move over to lane 4, River City, or lane 5, River City for fourth place. In fifth, Casitas and Cathedral Catholic in sixth. Newport Aquatic Center sitting bow to stern right now over Redwood Scullers. Redwood Scullers in second with a half a boat length open water over the third place crew, Capital. Capital with a boat length open water advantage over Casitas and River City. Casitas and River City bow ball to bow ball. And Cathedral top two boats will move on to the final, and those top two boats are Newport Aquatic Center and Redwood Scullers. Both of these crews sitting comfortably now over the third place crew, Capital. And Capital sitting 2 boat lengths open water over River City and Casitas, who continue to be even. At 750 meters, Newport continuing in the lead. They now have a boat length of open water over the second place crew from Redwood. Redwood has a 3 boat length open water advantage over Capital. Capital sitting a half a boat length open water over Casitas and River City. Casitas 1 seat up on River City, and Cathedral Catholic trailing. And on the shoreline, our leading crew, Newport Aquatic Center, is just approaching the spectator area. Lane 2, Redwood Scullers in that second qualifying position. Capital in third. Casitas in fourth. River City in fifth. And Cathedral Catholic following.
And it's Newport coming into the finish line here, followed by Redwood Scullers. Top 2 boats to advance to the grand finals. Men's novice quad final heat. And that concludes racing for the morning session. The first race will be back on the water, the grand final starting at 2:02 p.m. Again, coaches, Control Commission will reopen at 1 p.m. And let's help out our state parks by cleaning up your area, and please throw away any trash that happens to be around you.